Go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning to everyone who's joining us on YouTube. In the interest of time, I'm going to introduce the board of directors and the board, the facilitator, and Amy and Fazell. So first off, my name is Stephen Kinsella. I am the chair, and I'll go with government appointee is the new term that we're using. Next, we have Neda Mohammed-Zada. She's the vice chair, elected member. We have Diana Bristow, government appointee. Kevin Cloutier, he's elected member. Omar Farouk is government appointee. Peggy Judge, government appointee. Samir Mohara is an elected member. Dorina Reyes is an elected member. Derek Summers is an elected member. And Paul Wilk is the government appointee. And Elsa Lee is an elected member. All of this today. And our facilitator is Sarah Butson, who's on the screen in front of you right now. And from administration, we have Carolyn Robertson, the manager of communications and executive office. Feza Assad, accounting and human resources specialist. Amy Stein, our acting deputy registrar and solicitor. And Fazell Khan, the registrar and CEO of the college. So I'm going to acknowledge do the land acknowledgement now, and we acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the traditional lands of the Anishbeg people. The Anishbeg people include the Odawa, Ojibwe, Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederation. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. I come from Irish ancestry, and my parents were born here, and they were both Irish and English. I will endeavor to carry myself with gratitude and humility as I work, learn, and live in this area. And I would also like to note that the registrants today joining us can use this session as self-directed continuing education for the amount of time that you attend today. And now I'm going to turn the matter over to our facilitator, Sarah Butson.
Super. Thank you, Stephen. So welcome to everyone. As Stephen mentioned, my name is Sarah Butson, and I will be facilitating the agenda for us today. I just want to take us through a couple of logistics for a smooth session. So just a reminder that there will be a number of different opportunities to participate today. We would encourage you to use your virtual hand where possible. Just will ensure that we have the best chance of seeing you. So to do that, you can hit the reactions button on your lower screen and hit raise hand. We're also going to have some opportunities to do consensus building and move to motions. So with those, what I will typically do is test the board's comfort in moving forward by asking you to show a fist of 5. And when you do that, you can indicate what we're looking for really as a 4 and 5, demonstrating that folks feel comfortable moving forward. Anything below that, a 1, 2, or 3, means that there may be points that you need to discuss further. In addition to that, we'll do motions where we'll ask for someone to first, second, and then all in favor from the board before we move forward. A couple of other key notes before we get going. Mike, we noted that you were not listed in the introductions, certainly not forgotten. So, we'll highlight your attendance here as a special highlight point. Fazell, was that what your hand was up for? Okay, super. So we would like to also include Mike Smart within the introductions. So forgive us for missing you there, Mike, but like I said, not forgotten. A couple of other key points for the logistics of the day. In terms of norms, we certainly encourage folks to be highly participatory, which really means kind of video on. Certainly there are sometimes technological reasons or otherwise, but where possible, if you can keep your video on and then mute when you're not participating, just to sort of mute out some of the background noise. Okay, and with that, that covers the logistics. And so I will pass it back to Stephen to take us through some of the opening pieces, starting with the conflict of interest declaration.
Thanks, Sarah. Does anyone have any conflict of interest to declare at this time? We see none, then I will move on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Not seeing any. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make the motion, Derek.
Derek, and who would like to second it?
I will second it, Mike.
Mike Smart. Okay. Then does everyone, excuse me, all in favor? Carried. And then so we will move to the minutes of the March the 1st, 2022 meeting. Does anyone have any amendments to the minutes? Not seeing any. Does anyone would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes as circulated?
I'll move
Kevin.
it.
Okay. Kevin, second.
Paul.
Paul?
Paul?
All in favor? Carried.
Okay, great. So thank you, Stephen. So we're going to move on now to the board financial variance report. And I will pass that to Fiza Assad, the human resources and accounting specialist, to take that piece over. So go ahead, Fiza.
Great, thanks, Sarah. I'm just going to be setting up my presentation. If you could just bear with me for a second. All right, perfect. So again, good morning, everyone. I'm going to be going over the financial variance report with you all today for the period ending March 31st, 2022. Just to do a bit of a recap, the financial variance report provides an indication to the board as to whether revenue and expenses are trending in line with expectations for a particular point in the year. So this being the end of Q1. Variances are going to display high negative values earlier in the year before the bulk of revenue and expenses have been realized or incurred, and will theoretically approach a 0% variance closer to year end. I do say theoretically, as the college does budget very conservatively, so we under budget for revenue and over budget for expenses to ensure that we are in good financial health at the end of the year. At March 31st, 75% of the fiscal year remains, which means that the negative variances for various fixed budget items should be trending closer to this number. As always, explanations are provided for line items that indicate a variance that significantly diverges from the pattern, such as for expenses that are not incurred evenly throughout the year or any deferred income. A new feature for this report, as we've noticed in the past few reports, is that the variances are color-coded. So anything highlighted in green means that we are trending well. Anything highlighted in orange is as trending with caution, maybe something to keep an eye on. And anything that is highlighted in red is trending poorly and requires further investigation or a more detailed explanation explaining the variance. So I'll just go over a few of the points. And of course, if there ever are any questions or comments, please feel free to jump right in. All right. So the total revenue to date is at $2,751,358, which reflects a variance of minus $51,486, or a negative 2% variance under budget. As 75% of the fiscal year remains, and additional revenue from remaining exam sessions, the last COVID subsidy that we are eligible for, interest income, and recovered discipline costs are yet to be realized, the college is trending very well to the 2022 budget. Are there any questions that anyone has for any specific revenue lines, which may require further explanation?
Any questions for Fiza? Yeah, Samir, go ahead.
Fiza, it's regarding the, I think you're going to cover this, but national examination, that's what I would question. Compared to last year, 2021, 2021, you were at 29,000, and this time, as of March 2022, it was 15,000. So it was almost 46% less revenue than last year. So was there a less student or?
Part of that also is just when we receive the revenue. If it's received by the cutoff of March 31st, it is included in the report. If there is income coming in and the check is received on April 1st, it's going to be covered in the next period's report. And this current exam covers our French session in March at La Cité College. And our English session was held April 30th to May 3rd, and that is going to be reflected in the next report.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Fiza before she continues? Okay, not seeing any, so go ahead, Fiza.
All right, our next chart here is our board and committee expenses. So total board and committee expenses for this period are $29,503, which is a variance of negative $228,378, or 89% under budget. While budgeting for 2022, the college ensured that there were sufficient funds for both virtual and in-person meetings, which, as many of you know, costs a lot more than the virtual meetings that we have, just based on the COVID situation as it would allow. To date, none of the committees have met in person, and board and committee expenses are also reported as they are submitted to the college, regardless of when the expense may have been incurred. So many expense claims for Q1 may have been submitted in Q2 and will be reflected in the next financial variance report. By the December board meeting, you'll see these numbers trending a lot closer to what is expected. Any questions for board and committee expenses?
Not seeing any. Go ahead, Fiza.
All right, perfect. And finally, on to operations and administrative expenses. So total operations and administrative expenses to date are $582,550 at a variance of $2,192,297, or 79% under budget. Fixed expenses such as rent or salaries will trend closely to that 75% variance to reflect the remainder of the fiscal year. Of course, we do receive a tax check back for rent, which does offset this variance by a bit, as well as our payroll subsidy costs. Other expense lines may have larger costs that are incurred in Q1 and not replicated throughout the year, such as communications, while other lines may have costs that are mostly incurred later on in the year, such as external relations. These lines are assessed based on historical trends and then color-coded to provide the board and the executive committee with a better idea as to how the costs are trending. So again, as I mentioned, theoretically, these would mostly be a 75% variance if we were trending with fixed costs. But as these expenses are incurred at different times for different activities, they do vary and come closer to the actual budget by the end of the year. Are there any questions for any specific operations and administrative lines that I can go over?
No, not seeing any, Fiza.
Okay, perfect. So then I will just stop share so we can just see everyone again.
Okay, any broader questions for Fiza related to the financial variance report? Feedback, questions, comment? Okay, I'm not, oh, go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I just wanted to commend all board members, all committee members for taking time out to keep our expenses down by attending these virtual meetings, because it takes a lot for the public members to get set aside their time, and for the opticians that are on these committees and boards to take time out from their workplace to meet with staff. And it's a real strong commitment. And I think the board is very proud of each and every one of you that sit on them, that are board members and committee members, and should be commended for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Diana, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if you've got there yet, but on the reports, you've got a percentage indicated. And let me just see if I can. Do you have the stats that go below those bar charts?
You know what, I'll just share my screen again.
If you go, or is that the next report? If you go,
So in my
like
presentation,
where the actual numbers are?
Oh, so the actual numbers are in the report that's provided. I just create the presentation so that it's a bit easier to follow based on the variances. Is there a specific line that you'd like me to go into?
Well,
or?
The comment I have is that you have the percentages under column I related to column H divided by column D, but I'd like to see the percentages related to column G.
So you'd like the variance to 2021 as opposed to the variance to include as along with the variance to the budget. Is that?
Yes, I'd like to see that as well.
Okay. That's something I can make a note of for the next report.
Does that address your concern, Diana? Or would provide further clarity in terms of the presentation back?
I think it would provide further clarity. I'm also wondering if you could go over maybe just one particular example, like for example, salaries, where it shows 2022 budget 1,416,000, actuals as at March 31st, 303,000. I'm just trying to understand why it says the variance to the budget is 1,112,000. That's just a matter of we haven't got that far through the year, right?
Exactly. Yes.
It's not really a variance to the budget. So that's why I'd like to see the E to F. So where it's not really a variance, it's just you haven't hit there yet.
So the variance report is to the budget. We also have the column for the variance to that particular point in the year as a dollar value, but we can put that in as a percentage.
So salaries aren't really down 80% a year. So to me, it's a little bit misleading when you quickly look at it. Salaries aren't really down 80%. It's just that they haven't been spent yet. So I think a different number would be more reflective.
And Amy, I see you have your hand up. Was it related to this piece?
It's actually just related to the last suggestion about the variance to 2021. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question of, I think, both Diana and Fiza on that point, just to make sure we've captured the request here. Because, sorry, I just wanted to note, Diana, the figures in column G on the variance report are the numerical value compared to what was budgeted for the year 2021, or sorry, it's the variance from 2021 to 2022. So you're looking for how, can you just clarify? I just want to make sure we're capturing that.
Yeah, I think what I'd really like to see is, so for example, column E is budget, so far the actual is, I'm looking at salaries just as an example. So the actual is 303,636. But what I'd like to see is a comparative budget. So as opposed to the annual budget, the budget, for that portion year to date. So if you budgeted 305,000.
Sorry, please finish. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'd like to see the actual versus the budgeted amount in the same timeframes.
So one of the reasons the report is actually laid out like this is because the budget for the previous year may have included different activities that are being budgeted for, which may not be replicated in the following year. So for example, there would be a higher budget for board and strategic planning meetings, and you would see a much higher number for this year's activities. And next year, since that activity is not being replicated, that's not included in the budget. So a variance between those two columns wouldn't really reflect the college's financial health. It would just show that it would just be an indicator of activity.
Diana, go ahead.
As well, but I think we're just missing. Yeah. Sorry, I think I'm cutting in and out. All of these numbers are really helpful. I think we're just missing what the actuals are versus the budgeted right now, and like to see investigator net down 95%. Well, it's likely that so that means if you budgeted 80,000 for the year, you budgeted 20,000 for the quarter. So really, it's you spent 3867 versus 20.
So I think maybe it's the description of that of column I that might need to be changed a bit. Instead of saying a variance, just maybe a different word that shows how much like bulk there is left to go.
Diana,
I think it's the percentages that are throwing me off. Like, so under investigator, or legal, it's like it's down 95%, but it isn't. At the end of the year, it may be down 10%. So it's
Diana,
just because the money hasn't been spent yet.
It sounds like I'm sort of hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you're sort of wondering at that point in time, is this expected, or is this where we anticipate being? Is that sort of what you're getting at?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Amy, does that help to clarify for you?
Yes and no. I think I do understand a bit better. Just one more question, Diana, because I know this was the Finance Committee was looking at this question as well, and just trying to make sure that the chart had the information that was going to be useful to everybody. In the briefing note, it does indicate that a couple of things. So number one, that what we're trending for in this first quarter variance report is if you're going at it from what stage we are at the year, we're not looking for a variance to 0. We're looking at a variance to actually about 75%, because you're expecting to have been about 25% through the year. But it's also been noted that not all expenses are incurred consistently throughout the year. So there are some line items where that entire expense might be incurred during a single quarter. Versus sort of consistently. So the colors were added to give that indication of, well, if you've got a 90% there, what does that mean? Is that what we expect to be at for this point in the year? Is that, or is there something off about that? So I just want to make sure that if we're adding more information to this already quite lengthy chart, that it's exactly what we need. So you're looking for more information about the health of that percentage. Is that right?
I think Sarah had it right there, that I'm looking for a comparison of where we're at versus where we should be at that time versus today versus the whole year, which isn't really
today
an accurate reflection. Yeah.
Sorry, so that I think would be column I, would it not?
Well, the variance is showing as the variance. So for example, if we go back to that, one of those numbers, the actual amount is only for a portion of the year, where the budget is for a full year. So the very last one, council and staff education and development, minus 74%. We haven't actually saved 74%. So I think that's not an accurate depiction of where we're at right now. So I think column G,
although column G is only comparing the budget for that line item from 2021 to 2022, which is usually more based on operational decisions than on budget health. So the board might have decided to budget different amounts in those years for a number of reasons. So I'm not sure that will, I just want to make sure that if we add that it'll answer your question.
If it were me, I would take column D and divide it by 4 and put that between D and E. So for example, if you look at one of those investigations, it would be 5,000, and we've only spent 9. So now we're below budget for the quarterly expenditure.
The only thing is expenses are not necessarily experienced linearly.
Yes, I totally
The-
get that, but I just think that the green column is not really telling us anything.
So in the interest of time, can I suggest we take this back to the Finance Committee to look at your input?
Is that okay with you, Diana? You're just muted.
Can I clarify something with her?
Yeah, Peggy, did you have something on that same issue?
So Diana, because some of the things, as Fazil says, aren't linear, I'm wondering if we had a column that said expected. So for example, that all of the revenue is expected to be in there at that point in time. So expected and then the variance from expected. The salaries is going to be linear. So if you spent 25% and then 25% of the budget, the revenue, you're expecting it to be 95% received. And yes, we've received 95%. Would that work for you?
And I saw a bit of a thumbs up from Diana, and I'm wondering, based on Fazal's comment, if we take some of this feedback back and have the Finance Committee maybe take a look at it and give some suggested revisions that might help appease
Yes,
that.
I cut out there, sorry. But yes, I think that's a good idea.
Good. Samir, I saw that you also had your hand up. Did you have anything to add or a different question entirely?
No, I was actually suggesting the same thing what Fazal had said it out, just to send it to the Financial Committee and then let them sort it out. But I'm echoing same thing what Diana just said it. It's just basically those numbers represent the total year, what's expected revenue and what expected expenses are. But if we divide it into 4, I know that is that number would be a little different. If we say for this quarter, this is the expected revenue and this is how much we attained basically. So that'd be more clarification that way as well.
Okay, super. Okay, so it sounds like the group is interested in having the Finance Committee kind of take a look at this to provide some further clarity. Were there any other questions or comments related to the broader report before we move to a motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Amy, do we want to do a test for consensus on this element to have the Finance Committee look at this piece before we do a motion, or do you feel okay to move straight to a motion?
I think we're okay to move straight to a motion because the Finance Committee will certainly be looking into this.
Super.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to pass then back to Stephen, who will take us through a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion is to approve the financial variance report as presented. Do I have a mover?
I'll move it, Paul.
Paul, seconder?
Samir?
Oh.
Samir? All in
good.
favor? Carried.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so we're now moving on to a presentation of the audit report. So we will be joined by Malcolm Vaz and Adam Guyett of Gruel Guyett to present the audit report. And I'm going to first give the floor to Fazal to give a brief introduction.
Okay, folks, we have Malcolm and Adam in the waiting room. Should we bring them in and then I can introduce them?
Sure.
Okay, Malcolm, welcome. Adam, welcome.
Good morning.
So board, this is that time of year where we are looking at the results of our financial audit that we are required to carry out each year. And so between January and May, our team works with our chartered accounting firm to present all the information they need, and a audited report is generated. If it's approved by the board here, then it'll appear in our annual report. So Malcolm is a familiar face and Adam is becoming a familiar face. Malcolm Vaz has been our auditor for several years when he was with Seven Associates. Gruel Guyett has taken over and has brought some new expertise to the table. So Adam is one of the principals of our accounting firm. And the two together are here today to present their findings, a high-level overview of the audit, and present it to you for your approval. So without any further ado, I will turn it over to Adam and Malcolm.
Thanks, Fazal. Good morning. I think it's still morning, just about. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us, or allowing us to join you, I should say, really. Another great year of audit procedures. I've been told to keep it very brief because you give me a podium and I will talk for a very, very long time. So just to save you guys the agony of talking to an account for too long, I'll jump straight to the conclusion, which is that it is another clean audit opinion. We report on material misstatement. We're happy to report that there is the financial statements in all material respects reflect the financial statements as presented by Fazal and his team. This is our third year now, I think it is, of working remotely, auditing remotely. We've got the hang of it. We're hoping at some point in the future we'll be able to be with people again. Obviously, there's no real, we don't really know when that's going to happen, but in the meantime, we have figured it all out. The work provided by the team is at the same exceptional standard it always has been, always will be, I'm sure. And with that, I'm going to pass over to Malcolm so that he can talk through the financial statements and answer any questions you may have specifically. I believe that we are going to spend a little bit of time talking about budget to actual instead of just the actual as well, because there's quite a lot happened this year, which we should discuss. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Adam. Allow me to just do a quick screen share. So I'll put the statements on in front of you guys, and then I'll just start my spiel. Bear with me. All right, there we go. So again, as Adam said, I'll try and keep this as concise and moving as I can. I don't want to waste your times, but also I want to cover all the highlights, and then happy to field any questions at the end, should you guys have any. So I'm just going to run through the statements literally in the order that they're presented, and then I'll highlight commentary as we go. So starting at the top, these first two pages right here are obviously the audit report. The only point to be noted here is, as Adam already stated, we are presenting a clean audit report. So everything is in order, and there was nothing that requires a qualification of the audit, which is the same as every other year, but of course the position you want to be in. So moving down to the statement of financial position, this is effectively your balance sheet as at the end of the year, December 31st, 2021.
Sorry, Malcolm, can you make it one size or two sizes bigger, please?
No problem. Let's go a lot bigger. Oh. There we go. Okay. So here's your financial position, essentially stating, sorry, let me just scroll, get it on a page right there. So which shows all of your assets at this point in time of just over $7.5 million. And as well as all of your liabilities, which I'll talk to in a second. So at the end of the year, the college is sitting on total cash as well as investments being the amounts invested in its GICs of about $7 million. Important to note, and this is the same as every other year, but always a very key distinction of how the college operates, is that this cash, which is already in your bank at the end of 2021, already includes all of your revenue for fiscal 2022. Unlike a normal business where you get your income as you earn it in the year, you guys get your fees a year in advance. So speaking to that, you will see on the bottom here in liabilities, this 2.5 million number represents deferred registration fees, which is effectively all of your members' 2022 fees that have been paid for 2021. So again, not different, but very important to realize that not, oh, we're sitting on $7 million and we're going to get another $2.5 million for 2022. No, that includes the membership fees already for 2022. That's essentially the highlight of your balance sheet. Of course, there are other items that are less material, like interest receivable, which is the interest on your GICs, prepaid expenses, which include your last month's deposit on the premises, as well as some small prepaid travel airfares. capital assets, which we'll look at in the notes, are all of the various long-term liabilities of the college, leaseholds, computers, furniture, etc., which are being depreciated and amortized over time. Moving down to the liabilities, you've got your accounts payable, which is just your regular operating payables for the various sundry vendors required to run the college operations. You've got HST payable, which is the HST collected, again, on this revenue from next year. So when members pay, they get charged HST, they pay it. So this is the liability of the college at this date and time. The college has, of course, since fully paid that debt to CRA in January of 2022 as it's required. So where that leaves the college at the end of 2021 is you're sitting on this line right here with a total accumulated surplus of approximately $4.5 million, very similar to where it was last year. So, and I'll talk in a second about the income statement and why we didn't actually dip into the previous reserve as we expected for reasons of some positive variances. So I thought about should I take a quick pause at each page, or I'm just going to run through the whole thing, and I think I'll just take questions at the end. That just might be a little more efficient. So moving on now to our statement of operations. This is your income statement. So here's up to this line is all of your income for the college for 2021, and then of course expenses. As always, the college's main source of revenue is its member fees. The reason we see a decrease here is not a surprise. The college made the decision to reduce membership fees in 2021 down by 24% to help the membership, and that is reflected in this decrease right here. However, there are some other positive variances in higher exam fees compared to last year. Again, in 2020, we only ran one national exam, whereas in 2021, there were 2 exams plus another French exam. So again, showing the increase there. As well, there was the COVID government subsidies for the payroll subsidy and the rent subsidy, which the college was entitled to receive. And that was another $150,000 off, call it income, really it's a subsidy that was received in 2021, which of course didn't apply last year, nor will it apply in 2022. So I'll just try and get the expenses onto one page before I fly through them. Again, I'm not going to go through every single one line by line, but just to quickly highlight some of the larger items. Everything is really very consistent with what you would expect for how the college operates. Down here is a number I just want to briefly talk about. So the council and committee expense is obviously a recurring expense to the college based on all the committees that meet every year. Just important to note that in 2021, as it was in 2020, we were essentially in a fully virtual world, obviously 12 full months in 2021, and essentially 10 and a half or maybe 10 or 9 or 10 months in 2020. So these are really down from what I would consider a normal year when councils were still meeting in person, along with related travels, per diems and whatnot that went with it. This is now just the honoraria and other associated costs, but without the physical in-person meetings. The other expenses, I'm just trying to see if there's anything that's really noteworthy. External personnel, this expense right here relates to the direct costs related to running the various exams. So although you see a large increase and it looks like, oh, we went up a lot, the reason obviously is we ran more exams, as I noted above in the revenue, and that's what brought in the higher related expenses. Office in general, although a large dollar number, it's a very consistent number. That includes all of the various administrative costs of running the college, as well as one of the larger components in this expense is also the, I believe it's the Moneris, or whichever the credit card processing company fees are for all the member payments. That's a large, consistent large cost of the office expense. Premises rent, again, I'm just kind of jumping to the bigger dollar amounts. Of course, a larger amount, but again, a very consistent amount based on the continuing lease that you guys are in. And as well, salaries and benefits have actually seen a slight decrease over the last year, just because there was a bit of staffing turnover, so a bit of shuffling around. And as well, there were some, I think at a higher level, there was a bit of a merging of some positions with between the previous legal counsel and deputy registrar, which is now one combined position, as well as some other staff not being here anymore, created a small decrease. So in the big picture, where that left you, I keep saying us, sorry, is you had a surplus for the year of $125,000. So this would be a point where I really do want to pause and kind of talk about, well, that's a good number, but why are we $125,000 in surplus when, as you budgeted, the budgeted was anticipating a deficit of approximately $700,000. So certainly there were reasons and assumptions made into what the budget was based on. And then there were a lot of actualities that happened that were all on the positive side for variances, both surplus revenue as well as a reduction of expenses that helped to create that. And I want to just address that for a couple of minutes very quickly. So looking at the revenue, when the college was building its 2021 anticipated revenue, what management did was they looked at other similar regulatory bodies that was also going through COVID like everyone else, and they sort of anticipated for perhaps a 10% decrease in the membership of the college. So, which in your case is dropping approximately 300 members who would expected not to return in 2021. So at $742 per member, that there was a decrease dropped there. Whereas in fact, the real membership by number stayed very consistent with the college. So the college membership numbers did not change. Of course, the dollars changed because we reduced fees, but we kept all of our members, and that provided a surplus, so to speak, of budget to actual of close to $300,000 right there. Additionally, at the time that the budget was created, there was no anticipation that the college would in fact be eligible for any COVID-related benefits, being that it was not an operating for-profit entity, but it was since determined that the college did meet the criteria, and we worked with management to apply for the various subsidies which were received. There was another $150,000 again of surplus income that was not at all budgeted for. Those were sort of the big ones. The other ones were, we ran an extra exam, the French exam, which brought in a little more income. And down on the expense side, there were a few costs such as some of the computer or database development that were deferred into a future year. And as well, we talked about the salaries and some of the savings there. So although none of that is detailed on these audited statements, because the statements only show actual to actual year over year, I did want to comment on that because naturally, when executive has a budget that they were given and then we have an actual, whether it's positive or negative, you do want to know the reason for why we went over or under. So in this case, the reasons are as they are, but you're obviously trending in the right direction, that you had positive variances across the board, meaning you actually had this number, if you went to budget, should have been a $700,000 deficit. In reality, it's $124,000 surplus. So, and the detail above explains why. So I'll just go down one more page here.
Sorry, Malcolm, I just want to spend just a second really addressing that. These kinds of swings aren't common. And obviously the reduction in revenue or reduction in fees was really derived to provide value and relief to members during an extraordinary time for everybody. And the fact that performance has exceeded budget by quite a substantial percentage, really, if we think about it, not just on an absolute level, but on a percentage level, is actually quite remarkable. And it's not just, it doesn't just reflect the decisions made by council to reduce the fees, but also the diligence of the team to manage costs at the same time. This really shouldn't go understated, the importance and effort and dedication of the team to achieve these kinds of results. It was anticipated that it would be a loss and it was going to be carried. And the fact that there's still a small surplus, we've glossed over it, but it really is actually quite remarkable. Okay.
Right. Thanks,
That's it.
Adam. So that really is the gist of the college. I know I'm only on page 6 of 15, but believe me, they won't be as detailed for the rest of it. So moving on, here is just, again, it's all the same numbers presented differently. We've already seen this 4.5 million. That is the surplus of the college at the end of 2021. Again, broken out by the restricted fund for therapy and everything else in the unrestricted fund and the capital asset. I'll just keep scrolling through. Statement of cash flows is more just a statement to explain how the opening cash reconciles to the ending cash with acquisition of investments, capital assets, changes in working capital. It's really the same numbers I've talked about being presented differently on a cash basis. So it's obviously an important report for an auditor, but not something that adds more value to your analysis as executive in terms of looking at overall surpluses. So I'm not going to go through this in any extreme detail. The notes, again, obviously are what they are. I'm not going to read through each one. I'll just roll through and talk very at a high level. The notes just explain the business of the college, the various accounting policies being used. Again, these are all very consistent with what they've been in all past years, required by our auditing standards to make sure they are detailed and provided so any user of the statements knows exactly what standards were used, etc. The net assets shows here the breakdown of the same number, which keeps popping up, the 4.5 million, and how it's been spread out over the various funds. So these unrestricted allocations, as I've mentioned before, but important to reiterate right here, are not something that we come up with. This is what executive and the board decides what they want to be. So you guys have the right to say, I don't want UPC to be 500,000. I want it to be $1 million, hypothetically. But if you did, then you'd have to take that extra 500,000 from somewhere else. You can't change the bottom line. That is what it is. But you can absolutely change how you choose to allocate between these. These, by definition, are unrestricted, meaning you are not required to hold to these, going, we can only spend this amount from this fund, and if we go over, we're stuck. You can move this as you please. This is more just for internal reasons for you guys to kind of have a year mark for, okay, great, we're sitting on 4.5 million, but what would we really need it for? And this is what these do. The operating contingency is based on a 6 month of costs the college would run, the UPC at an amount as determined by executive, premises contingency, etc. So I just wanted to make a quick comment on that. And then
and Malcolm, just a quick time check, because I just want to make sure we have time for questions. We're just nearing time, so probably another minute if that's okay, and then we'll open for questions.
Yeah, no problem. So I'll just run through. So again, all these notes tie into the balance sheet, so I'm not going to go through it. They describe more. A quick comment on financial instruments. I just wanted to say quickly, when you see risks, credit risk, interest risk, liquidity risk, it doesn't mean there's a risk to the college. These are inherent risks, and we are just commenting as auditors that the risk has been mitigated or the risk does not exist. It is not a problem. The rest of the notes, again, basic COVID, and then finally a schedule for the number we talked about earlier. A quick wrap up there. So I know I rushed through the end, but again, I'll just leave it here and say if there's any other high level, low level, mid level questions you have, happy to throw them at us, and Adam and I will be happy to answer.
Are there any comments, questions, feedback for Adam or Malcolm? Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I just wanted to commend the business team that worked on this to show with these business decisions that were made to put us in the financial position that we're in. Were very professional. They were wise decisions, and just an excellent job all the way around. And thank you to the auditors for their work on it as well.
Thank you, Steve. Samir, and then Mike.
Thank you, Sarah. Great presentation. I believe Malcolm and Gaia teams basically worked out very well with the staff. I have only one question regarding the asset, and it's basically a cash flow on that. So despite of our members stayed the same, registration fee, reduction of the registration fee, yeah, we are seeing, or I'm seeing the number almost $600,000 more in cash flow, and I'm wondering where that extra money came from, because COVID-related expenses, I know it's $150,000. We got it back from government. The exam fee, we compared to the previous year, was about $127,000 more. But the rest of the other 300,000, if just for a clarification only, if you can just give me that.
So if I grasp your question, you're speaking to right here where you're going, like our total cash, including investments, is higher this year than it was last year. So obviously, remembering what we said earlier, that this number is not just a reduction in your 2021 fees, but also includes the cash, sorry, not the cash, the membership for your 2022 fees, which has already been received. And this number, as you can see, is higher because in 2022, fees were again increased by 17% over the 2021, which were reduced. So essentially, the cash in hand is a function of both down here. Excuse me.
That's right. Go to the cash flow statement.
So if you're looking specifically to, this is actually your exact question. We started with 2 million, now we got 2.6 million. How do we do that? Well, here's how we did. So it goes from, you had excess of revenue or expenses for the year, and then the various changes in your other assets and liabilities of increases or decreases to every component. And that's what the change here is one of the big items that I touched on, the higher amount of deferred registration fees. But this
which effectively means that more people have signed up compared to prior year. It's money that you've received, cash that you've received in advance, year over year as a comparison.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. That's clear.
Okay, Mike, we'll give the last question or comment to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Samir, too. That was a question I was going to ask. But the other question I was going to ask is, what other sort of things will we have in restricted funds? Like you have the unrestricted where you can move things around to balance the books, but the number doesn't change. But what other restricted things? Like we had, what do we have in there? We had.
It's the sorry not to cut you off, but the restricted includes the funding for therapy, which is required by the college to be funded. So the amount is not stipulated in any rule or bylaw. It's something that you guys as executive determine. So this is the amount that has been set up based on a certain cost for a certain number of sessions should a member require such a situation come up. But again, it just shows that the college has set aside a restricted amount towards that. It is not in a doomsday scenario. If you have 100 members that all have a situation and much more than 100,000 needs to be spent, you don't have to go, oh, we only have 96,360, we're done, sorry. You will just go here and incur the rest, and then you will in the future reallocate into the restricted again. So this is just an amount that the college has done to show that it has acknowledged its need to have a restricted fund towards therapy due to UPC or any other event that may come up.
Okay, but I was wondering what other sort of things would be restricted, like an education fund that we would throw as a council a certain amount of money when we have a surplus like that into an education fund where a staff we may want to send them for education or anything, that it was always there. Like this restricted thing for therapy is for members. Mm-hmm. Like, is there something else that we could put in a restricted fund like an education fund?
No, because all of that stays in the unrestricted. So you guys still have full control over it. But restricted just means you are required by law or by statute or whatever that governs the college that you need to have something. So the college, no one is going to govern that you must have a fund set aside for education or something of that nature. Of course you would, and you will choose to spend it as executive deal agrees, and it would come out of here when and if you spend it. But this one, you don't have a choice.
Yeah, I understand now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So we are a little bit over time on the agenda. Omar, I saw your hand pop up quick at the end there. Did you have a really quick question or comment?
Of course, a quick and direct question. From a college perspective, we have heard that the report was a clean audit report, but from a public interest rationale, is it safe to say that the college had reached its mandate, its financial mandate, considering the required financial resources?
I'm not sure I follow that question.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure I follow either, or how. This might not be a question for us, but as an objective financial professional looking in, I'm not entirely sure if you're talking about a public mandate that I'm not aware of, but as an objective, independent, financially trained individual looking in, the college has absolutely met its goals, really, and that's really evidenced by the budget. The budget was projecting a $700,000 deficit or shortfall, effectively, of expenses greater than revenues. The fact that that did not transpire, notwithstanding the relief provided to the members, shows good stewardship by Fazal, Amy, and the rest of the team, and anyone else involved in the decision making of the institute. So I'm not entirely sure that answers your question, because if there is a public mandate that you're really specifically referring to, I don't know it. But from an external advisor looking in, I think the performance has been really, honestly, very, very, very good.
Thank you. Peggy, a last comment, and then we really do need to sort of move forward.
To Omar's concern, the thing here is the budget was done conservatively, and then we came in even better, and that's protecting the public. The fear for the public would be, I guess, some risk taking when you're setting the budget and then having things go awry and then being in a non-viable situation. So it actually, the way it shook down for the last year, looks pretty good.
Thank you, Peggy. Okay, so thank you to Malcolm and Adam for that report. Before we say the official goodbye, I will throw to Stephen for a motion if there's no additional questions. Oh, and Stephen, you're just muted.
Sorry on that. The motion would be to approve the 2021 audit report. Do I have a mover?
Mike, so move.
Mike, seconder?
I'll second Peggy.
Peggy, all in favor?
That is everyone.
Carried.
Perfect. Thank you, Stephen. So thank you to Malcolm and Adam for that presentation. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you both.
Thank you
very much, guys.
Goodbye, everybody.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to the proposed bylaw amendment of inactive class fees and liability insurance. And I'm going to have Dorina Riaz, the chair of the registration committee, present that item. Go ahead, Dorina.
Hello, and welcome to the transactions of the registration committee. And I'll try to make a summary of what I had in plan to speak about, but anyway, we have a short time. So for the past few meetings, the registration committee has had the task to conclude a longstanding matter, in particular to do with proposed bylaw changes. So as you may know, in 2017, the college submitted a proposal to the Ministry of Health to amend the registration regulation. And these amendments are currently being considered by the government and are awaiting final approval. So the amended registration regulation will require some policies updates. So there are two areas that I would like to bring to your attention, which the college sought feedback from registrants and stakeholders, and fees for inactive class and professional liability insurance. Before you, in the material to read for today's meeting, there are two appendices. And the full text of bylaw changes is included in Appendix A. So the fee for inactive class is the topic of main discussion, and the proposed bylaw changes will set in possibly 2023 for registration fee for a new inactive class, which adds to the 3 existings, which are optician, registered optician, registered intern optician, and registered student optician. Okay, so this will make the 4th class. The new inactive class of registration will allow opticians who are not actively practicing the profession to remain registered with the college. It is important to note that under new registration, as an effect to this, registrants will not be permitted to maintain their suspended status indefinitely. They will have, in fact, their certificate of registration revoked after 3 years. And the registration committee has proposed also that the annual fee for opticians in the inactive class be equal to 1/3 of the registered optician fee. And opticians who choose to change their status from inactive to active will pay a prorated fee or a top-up fee. So this elaborated intention is exemplified in Appendix C that you had at your disposal to read. The second pressing matter is professional liability insurance. The details pertaining to professional liability are currently found in the registration regulation, but will be moved to into the bylaws, to the amendments to the regular regulation that are approved by Ontario government. So the proposed bylaw regulation relating to insurance mirror the current requirements set out in the regulation. And the college sought feedback from registrants and stakeholders on the proposed bylaw amendments, and the responses demonstrated that most survey respondents were in support of proposed bylaw amendments. This is in reference to Appendix B. With this, in the interest of time, of course, we can talk more about this, but this matter is requiring a motion. And before that, I offer you the opportunity to question us and to see if you have anything in addition to what we as the committee agreed to approve.
Thank you, Jorina. Is there any feedback or questions? I see that Netta has her hand raised. Go ahead, Netta. Oh, and we're not hearing you, though you don't appear to be muted. Did you want to type? Try that.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I thought that my laptop was fixed, but obviously it's not. Sorry about that. During a great report, thank you for all the information. I just have one quick question. Do we have any mechanism set up that if it happens that the optician do the renewal and then somewhere in the beginning of the year, that member end up in a sick leave, then could be any mechanism to be maybe a credit could be applied for the following year for that member?
Great question. I wish I can properly answer, but from my knowledge, the answer is no. But I'm going to forward this question to a more knowledgeable Amy or Anna Jeremian in case they have a different answer to you.
Thanks, Jorina. I'm happy to jump in on that one. So this was something that was discussed quite a bit by the committee, and they went through the various fee structures that would be available. And really the thing that they needed to think about was weighing these kinds of situations against the need for the college to maintain financial stability. So at the end of the day, the challenge with trying to issue a credit there was a sort of a number of areas of challenge. There was a challenge in our sort of internal administrative system for how that would be processed and would require some technical upgrades. There's also a challenge in that ability of the college to financially plan, because it's the college's budget is set based on the incoming revenue that comes in during a specific period of the year. And to have some of that revenue then essentially almost deferred because it's being applied back as a credit would create some uncertainty. So at the end of the day, the committee was also thinking about the fact that the introduction of this new inactive class is also going to make some major changes to the college's revenue stream, with a bit of uncertainty over how many registrants who are currently paying full fees might opt to enter this inactive class versus the number of registrants who are currently administratively suspended who might opt to pay this reduced fee and enter the inactive class. And the committee was of the view that it was appropriate to see this approach as proposed and explore perhaps at a later date whether other fee structures would be possible once there's a bit more of an ability to predict what the revenue stream is going to look like and how it will be impacted by these changes. So I hope that summarizes the discussion of the committee. So Dorina, feel free to let me know if there's anything that I missed in that.
Sorry, can I just have a follow basically question? I don't think it's a question, it's more comment. Is that, can we get the feel, because the credit that I brought up about is not too many people going to get sick in 1 year. Is a very, very, maybe one or two, hopefully nobody, that I cross my finger, nobody gets sick. But I'm just thinking about that very little population that it might get sick in a severe case, that they have letters, they have enough documents that it's going to cover, that it shows that, for example, they're going to be in a sick leave for a whole year. And I'm sure that is not going to affect our budget. I just want to know the overall maybe opinion or the feel of the board, that what do they think about this case if it rise up in a very small population and cases for our members.
Faisal, I see your hand up. Did you want to comment there first?
Yeah, just, before that discussion goes on, the other thing is, Netta, it's not just somebody who gets sick. It could be somebody who goes on maternity leave. It could be somebody who's lost their job. So that's like a whole rabbit hole to go down to qualify who qualifies or who might use this, aside from the technical piece of building the ability to maintain a credit. So it's more than just sick leave that could drive somebody using this category. So in the interest of the fact that the new regulation might be coming, I think the registration committee tackled the most prevalent issue, which is getting prepared for the inactive class. But that doesn't preclude examining in the future further refining of it.
Thank you, Faisal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good. Elsa, did you have a question?
Yes, it's a great report, Dorina. I do have a question, or maybe I need some clarity. For those who are perhaps retired and they fall under the category of the inactive class, how do they, like if they need to practice opticianry for just on a part-time basis or just very minimally, but do not necessarily need to, pay for the year membership, where do they fall under?
Dorina or Amy?
I could pop it on.
I think Faisal, if you wish to chime in, I think they fall into the regular membership licensing, but I could be not rounding the answer properly. So if
Dorina, you're right on the money. if you want to
So she kind of cut off a little bit. I couldn't hear her.
Yeah, Dorina was exactly right. Like if you're working part-time and things like that, you still have to register in the regular class. This inactive class is for just that. You're not practicing whatsoever.
I see. Okay.
So yeah, Dorina had that right, completely right.
Anna, did you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add with that introduction of the inactive class and some flexibility in the payment options in terms of topping up quarterly to the regular class. Those who are retired that could be an incentive if they're only working for a particular part of the year and not for the whole year. They may go into inactive category, and if they know that they will be, let's say, working in the last quarter just before Christmas, hypothetically, then they can top up, or like the fee can be adjusted that they can move into the regular class fee and practice for that small category and then go back into inactive. So there is some flexibility there.
Sorry, Sarah, you are muted.
Did that answer
sorry.
you, Elsa, better than before? Did this round your question?
Absolutely. There's flexibility, so that's good.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of an advantage to one that wants to choose that instead of being completely expelled from the membership. So there is that option. So with this, if there's no more questions, I'll give it to you, Sarah, to maybe seek a motion to the board.
Yeah, before we do that, I just quickly wanted to unpack both the public interest consideration as well as the DEI consideration. And I think the committee had identified from a public interest consideration on this decision, some pieces around, balancing that financial stability of the college. They had identified clarity and transparency. Is there anything that people wanted to add in terms of the public interest consideration for this decision? Do folks agree with the public interest consideration as outlined by the committee?
Yeah, it was very balanced.
Okay. Good. And then with respect to the DEI consideration, the committee considered that the proposed fee structure for the new inactive class would again balance the needs of the registrants in different life circumstances against the need, again, for the college to maintain the financial stability while covering the administrative costs of managing inactive members. Does anyone want to add anything from the DEI perspective? Okay, we agree with the perspective provided by the committee. Seeing nods, thumbs up. Okay. So with that, maybe I'll look for a show of consensus to move forward to a motion on the proposed amendments to the bylaws. So I'll look for a fist of 5 again. Okay. I believe I'm seeing everyone, of course, with the exception of Diana, who may be having tech problems. So again, Diana, feel free to use your emoticons or type into chat or privately message as needed. Perfect. Okay, so with that, Stephen, I will pass to you for a motion.
Thank you, Sarah. The motion that we're looking for approval is to approve the proposed bylaw amendments to come into effect when pending amendments to the registration regulation that are currently before the Ontario government are approved. Do I have a mover?
Omar.
Omar, seconder. Neda. Anyone in dissent? All in favor? Carried.
Super. Okay, so with that, that takes us to our lunch. Fazelle and Amy were over time by about 6 minutes. Do you want to take a full hour? Do you want to come back right at 1:30?
We do have a guest speaker at 1:30, so could I press upon the board to be back on time?
Maybe a thumbs up or a fist of five. I saw some thumbs up. Okay, so we'll return back at 1:30 then. We'll put a timer up to that effect, and then a reminder just to mute and video off while you go for lunch. So enjoy.
How's Steve? How was your lunch? Good? How are you, Steve? Good?
I'm doing good, Omar. How have things gone so far this morning? Pretty good?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Excellent. Excellent. Doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Wonderful job. On top of things.
Always looking for feedback.
I know. So my only question regarding the financing thing there, I was just trying to say that, you know, that despite the challenges the college have faced, yet for all, despite that, the college came out in flying colors financially.
Oh, you know? Yeah. It was amazing when I saw those stats, financial stats at first. And I was really proud that we were able to do that.
Exactly.
Hello, everybody. Hope lunch was good.
It's good.
Yes.
So just caution, we're still live streaming.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
no, that's okay.
Oh my God.
No worries.
Well, Mr. CEO, you always look distinguished as usual, you know.
Thank you.
And Netta, very colorful.
Netta's very fashionable.
Yes, she is.
Glasses and things.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. My husband made a comment that is very 70s look. I like it.
Very nice. Yeah, it's so weird dressing up for work.
Yeah.
It is.
Fazelle, the dress for the strategic meeting next week, what will it be? Non-business attire?
Yeah, like I was going to touch
All
on it in
shirts?
our reflection time today, and just get consensus of what everybody's comfortable with, because we are going to be doing some photos as well, like headshots for people. So we'll chat at the end of the day about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I dressed up a little bit for the meeting, and then I went for a walk. I felt looks funny. In downtown, it's okay, but here in suburb, to dress up and walk middle of the day, it's like a little bit weird.
Years ago, I discovered that how you need to dress, and especially what shoes you wear, changes the farther north you go.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
I was in Midtown with my fancy flip-flops running my errands, and then I went down to Bloor and Bay or Bloor and Young for something and looked around at what everybody else was wearing and went, and thought, if I went to cottage country, I was overdressed.
Yep.
That was today's look. My today's look was exactly that.
Well, what do you think it looked like? I was out there, not in a jacket, but a better blouse than usual, picking dandelions in my front yard.
That's right.
So Fazal, our operational plan projection is a 3-year or a 5-year?
3-year.
3 years, yeah.
Yeah, we just, we were saying, I think a few years back that things changed so quickly that maybe a 5-year would be a little too long.
Mm-hmm.
and 3 years would be a bit more responsive.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
But we can always revisit that.
I think having something like COVID happen, and it's like the whole world has changed in the last 2 years.
Yes.
It's important that we're going back and reviewing things and not another 2 years from now.
Yep.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had an enjoyable little lunch break and maybe got a chance to get out for a walk and enjoy some of this lovely weather. I think we're still waiting on a couple folks, I guess, to turn on their videos and rejoin after break. Give folks maybe another moment. And maybe I'll just check with the team. Do we know whether our guest speaker has joined?
They had messaged me before lunch to confirm. They said they had the Zoom link and everything. I don't see them in the waiting room yet.
Okay. Well, we'll give another moment anyway for folks to rejoin. It looks like we've got most just, I know Peggy was there, and then Mike.
Oh, Seamus.
Darina. It looks like Seamus is in the room, so we won't have to get someone to volunteer to do a song and dance while we wait then, so you're lucky.
That's right.
Perfect. So with that, then maybe what I'll do is go ahead and we're going to be having this afternoon kick off with a presentation by Seamus Murphy of Council Public Affairs, and I will pass first to Fazal to do a bit more of an introduction.
Yeah. So you know what I'll do? Why don't we bring Seamus in?
Sure.
And, hey, Seamus. Oh, perfect.
There we go.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Great to be here.
I'm just going to do a little backgrounder here, but we thought we'd bring you into the room first.
Great.
So folks, I think if you think back to the fall, most of our board members and appointed members had participated in a cultural safety and humility training that was run by Dr. Bernice Downey. And in some of the breakout rooms, some of the thoughts that came up and the ideas that came up or concerns that came up were centering around the non-insured health benefits plan, or referred to as NIHB. And there was a concern that that program was creating a potential barrier to access to equitable healthcare for Indigenous patients. So there was a lot of anecdotal discussion around it, but at the end of the session and later on, the board had thought about it, and when we were setting up our budget for 2022, and the board felt committed to probably getting a bit more information about this program to seek opportunities where this college could possibly participate in advocating for, and it's very little times that we advocate, but this is a public advocation situation to see if we could improve access to healthcare. And we work with Council Public Affairs on a provincial level for our government relations work. And we contacted them. They suggested that we actually work with their national team, as this is a national program. And so Seamus is part of the national team. He heads that up, and he headed up an environmental scan which wrapped up earlier this year. And Seamus is here to share some preliminary findings and high-level results for us to maybe take back to our strategic planning session next week. So Seamus, I'll turn it over to you.
That's great. And so Seamus, also just as you're giving your presentation, we've got you down for about 20 minutes, and I'll just give you a little clock in my Zoom screen when you're at about the 5-minute mark, and then we'll jump in. So I'll throw it back over to you, Seamus.
Great. And am I okay to share my screen?
You should be.
Okay, let's see if I can get that to work. I'm running into some challenges here. I'm not a big screen sharer, so let me see. I'll see if I can get this to work.
Yeah, and if not, Seamus, if you want to either share in the chat or email, I'm sure we could put it up for you.
Let me see if I can quickly do this. No, sorry guys. Okay, yeah, I can, if you have the presentation handy, Fazal, or I can flip it around after. I'm happy to just go verbatim on this. Sorry, everybody, about that. Technical difficulties. I know you're on limited time. So as Fazal mentioned, we were engaged, we have a long history of working with the College of Opticians of Ontario provincially. We were engaged at a national level to do basically an environmental scan regarding the non-insured health benefits program, which we have some experience working with in the past in terms of trying to extend coverage to First Nations and Inuit people. And we're also familiar with some of the administrative challenges with the program. What we did was we engaged with the Minister's Office, Indigenous Services Minister Patty Haidu, her Minister's Office. We engaged with the BC First Nations Health Authority, who left the NIHB several years ago, and with the College of Opticians of British Columbia to get some of their experience. Just a few points of overview. First of all, NIHB is administered by Indigenous Services Canada since 2019. It was previously administered by Health Canada. So with the creation of a new standalone department, there is more of a focus on NIHB within Indigenous services. There we go. Thank you, Fazal. Appreciate that. Really, one of the things we really heard is that the NIHB is, in today's light, really is a product of systemic racism. It's harsh, but people who have experience with this system feel that to be the case. It was designed in a different era, and now with a greater focus on reconciliation, with a greater focus on the need for health equity, there's a lot of concerns with how the system rations care. And so it's really in the name of the program, non-insured health benefits. It's if you don't have any other health insurance, then it's available for you as a last resort. And the way that the system is structured, when it comes to be administered in the offices of your members, you can see that type of discrimination occurring. We heard stories about, here's the box of eyeglasses that are available for NIHB only, which are different from what's available to everybody else. We've heard a lot of, we understand the cumbersome administrative processes and how that maybe makes Indigenous people feel when they come in to get services. So that's an example of that type of discrimination. This is a big system that's in place. There's an IT system in place that is outdated. It's complex, and so it's hard to fix it. There is an understanding at the political level that change is required, but it's not an easy fix. And so the other thing that we really found is that while everyone recognizes that there needs to be change here, there isn't big momentum to make that happen. It's cumbersome. But if there's one message that I can send home to all of you today, it is that an Indigenous-led solution is critical. Health providers are a part of the process, but they are really what we heard is that they're a small part of the process. It really needs to be driven by communities. And I'll just let me elaborate on that for 1 second. In my work, we do work on a number of Indigenous files, related to natural resources, related to justice reform. And, consistently what we hear is there are so many priorities here as there's hundreds of years of discrimination to overcome that, it really takes the communities themselves to prioritize what change needs to occur. Really there's a real long to-do list. And to get to the top of that to-do list, it really does require those communities to say, this is a priority. So let me talk a little bit about the BC First Nations Health Authority and the process that they went through. Their program was developed as a result of a very comprehensive Indigenous consultation. And the final product has many similarities to how private insurance operates. It took several years to build. There were a lot of upfront investments that needed to be made, but it has been very successful. There's a lot of satisfaction with how it's doing. There are 203 First Nation communities that are a part of the BC First Nations Health Authority, and they're now managing their own health care, and they're removed from the NIHB system. One of the big messages we got back from the team that was involved in the development of that was there's a real legacy of mistrust that needs to be overcome. There's building of trust that needs to occur. So they now have, they basically put together a call for tender. I don't think that's the right term, but there was a competition where they basically decided what they wanted to see in their new system. They went to market. Pacific Blue Cross was the successful provider, and it covers more than the NIHB now. It removes the lengthy approval processes. It's more accessible, more efficient. And that was really built reflecting the priorities of the community. Next up. So there is some work underway to overhaul the NIHB. If you go onto the government's website, there's a notice there that says that the program is under review. But based on our inquiries, very little progress has been made. And as I mentioned, collaboration is going to be really important between Indigenous communities, health providers, and the government via Indigenous services. What we heard from the BC First Nations Health Authority is that there is a stage in the process where it makes sense for providers to be engaged to identify which benefits are impacted and how, but again, that change needs to be Indigenous led. And one thing we heard is that any transition would result in major upfront investments. Why? Because there's a big health gap. And suddenly you'll have a lot of people coming into the system to get benefits that they have been lacking. So you could see upfront a lot of people potentially coming to get their optical issues addressed after years of neglect. But then once that preventative care has been addressed, it's predictable and cost effective in the long term. So that's something to build into the into any change process. And then next up. So, where do we go from here? Well, our message is that, we would strongly encourage health providers to work together across the country, across other sectors of health benefits, and work with a First Nations partner to lead the drive for change. We think that there is room to, elevate outreach on this issue to the Prime Minister's office, to Indigenous services, to build a pressure campaign to prioritize NIHB reform. And I think that there is a real story to be told here via the media, via social media, about the systemic racism that's built into the NIHB. This point here about working with Parliament and the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee to draw attention. Well, since we started our work, there is a study on NIHB that is underway. It has been hearing from witnesses, is accepting briefs. So there is an opportunity there. If you want to submit a brief to Parliament, you could do that right now. And that when that study concludes, there will be a report that will be finalized by the committee, and government will see it. So that will help to provide some momentum for change. So, our final message here is that, this won't be inexpensive. It will be costly at first, but then in the long term, it will be very manageable. So it seems like the kind of thing that we should all do. We should all work towards. So with that, I can stop there. Is there another slide? There's one more slide, I think. Sorry. Is that the end of it?
Just one sec.
No, I think that's it. I think we've got it. So why don't I stop there? And if there are questions from the your board, I'd be happy to respond.
Great. Thank you, Seamus. So are there questions, comments, feedback? Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Seamus, so if like the cost to set this up, would we, like the pot of money, do you have any idea what that would look like? 10, 20, $100 million type of thing?
To do the entire program, to redo the program. Well, I mean, that is, I don't know that the answer to that. I think, anytime you're looking at a government IT project, it can get quite costly. We right now have a very cumbersome, I understand, very paper-based system in place. And, I would imagine that a private sector solution, much like you have in BC, could be brought to bear. So, it is possible that they could move to something like that. And, who knows, it could save money in the long run. I think in terms of providing healthcare services, providing benefits to people who have not had access to them, that's probably where the cost will be in the long run. So, but this is something we would need to wade into with the department to take a look at, exactly the types of considerations they have around the types of controls they want to have over these types of expenditure. So, the devolution of a service like this to BC is the precedent. Would you see the federal government want to continue to devolve to other Indigenous organizations? So, for instance, in Northern Ontario, or to some of the treaty organizations in Western Canada. So, Treaty 8, Treaty 7, Treaty 6 are a good example. Do they have the capability to administer those types of programs? These are the types of issues that would need to be resolved. And again, that's really where you're going to need the Indigenous communities to play a leadership role.
Thank you.
Other questions for Seamus or comments related to the topic presented? Feedback? Yeah, Fazal, go ahead.
So Seamus, you were saying that there's some work right now happening on the NIHB itself, like as far as like you were saying, or submissions being taken in?
So there's the program itself is under review. But from our outreach, what we understand is that review is there's no momentum. It is stalled. There isn't a major plan in place to prioritize it.
Okay.
So there is an opportunity to give it a push. What is, I think, significant is happening is this parliamentary study that is underway, and the findings of that study, could add some fuel to the need for reform. So that is possible to see some developments come out of that study. I think our message is that you really do need an Indigenous partner. We know that there have been moves to devolve control over health services to other regions. So again, I mentioned Northern Ontario, 40 communities in the Anishinaabe Aski Nation. Several years ago, signed a framework agreement with the federal government to devolve control over healthcare to their region. Could that include potentially the creation of a First Nations BC First Nations Health Authority type program? Possibly. So, I mean, potentially engaging with the leadership there to find out what their interests are would be a starting place. Because again, our advice on this is to really go in with a community to make this a priority,
right?
And to work with them, provide some resources to help them navigate the system here in Ottawa, which is going to require some pushing and pulling to produce change.
Okay, so step one is actually work with the Indigenous community to see what direction they'd want to go in.
Yes, that's right. And the interesting thing, one of the things that we found in our outreach, for instance, in Alberta, where the NIHB is offered. You know, we spoke to the former head of the college in Alberta, who's now in BC, and you know, she indicated that the college didn't get complaints from First Nations members about NIHB. The complaints mainly came from providers. And so, you know, you could ask yourself, well, why is that? Is it because people are just so used to the NIHB, or they feel that it's pointless to complain? You know, that the systemic racism is so built into the system, people are so used to it, you know, that they wouldn't even think to complain to the college. So, you know, or are there so many other priority issues that this is just the furthest from their minds? So, you know, I just think that dialogue is an important starting point to say, listen, we're experiencing this as frontline providers. We don't like having to administer this program because it makes us feel like a tool of this systemic racism. We wish there was a different system. Is there a way we can work with you to elevate this message about there can be a better way to do this to Ottawa, to you know, to let go of the NIHB system and replace it with something, you know, much better for everyone?
Yeah. Sarah, I'll move back to you.
Yeah. Any other questions or feedback from the board? Someone who hasn't had a chance yet? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Amy or Fazal, any kind of final comments on that, or we can otherwise thanks, Seamus.
Yeah, you know, I think we can let the board sort of marinate on the report. We are going to be having a strategic planning session next week where we're going to probably be hearing from a speaker who's got First Nations Health Authority background. I think the same person you spoke to, Seamus, Connie Chung. So we're going to probably be talking about that a little more in depth next week. So even if you want to just think about it for the next couple of days, and we can get into a more in-depth conversation later.
Perfect. Thanks, Fazal. Yes, nice timing ahead of the strat plan to let that presentation sort of simmer.
Yeah.
So with that, Seamus, we will thank you for your time and the concise presentation of that very important information. So thank you, and we'll let you get back to the rest of your day.
You're welcome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Seamus.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so with that, we are going to move on then to the review of the strategic work plan agenda, and I'm going to pass over to Amy.
Thanks, Sarah. So this is your mid-year check-in. If you'll recall, this is the annual work plan agenda that the board approves every year in December. And the purpose of it is to map out the year of sort of in snippets of board meetings to make sure that you have an agenda in place and that the board's strategic priorities and policy priorities are going to be captured throughout the year. So we always like to bring this back to you halfway through the year for a mid-year check-in, because as this is put together in December, it's without a lot of information about how certain committee work will proceed, other environmental factors that might impact on timelines for certain work to be done. So it's always taken with a grain of salt that the agenda is tentative and is meant to be changing and shifting a bit as the year goes on. So we're bringing it back to you now to have a look at what's before you. We're about halfway through the year now. So the color coding system has been applied to the February and May quarters, where you see agenda items that have been completed on schedule have been changed to green. Red indicates that they've been moved to a different part of the agenda, and it's always indicated where it's moved to. Blue indicates new items that have been added to the work plan. And orange is also additions that are coming up later in the year that we have yet to get to. So this is to check in with the board to make sure that this agenda continues to capture your vision for the year and capture the work that the board is intending to achieve in 2022. So I am going to just turn it back over to Sarah to see if there are any questions about any specific items on this agenda.
Great. Any questions for Amy or the team on the work plan agenda? Any points of clarity? Feedback? Stephen.
Thanks, Sarah. So I'd like to ask for a motion on this. And the motion that we'll be voting on is to approve the updated 2022 strategic agenda work plan. If I could have a mover, please.
Omar.
Smar, a seconder? Or Omar, sorry, first. Seconder?
I saw Derek.
Derek, all in favor? Carried. No one in against it. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next section of the agenda. I'm not sure. I think we're having Gord White join us to present. Now, I'm not sure if he's joined the waiting room because we are just a couple of minutes ahead here. Fazella or Amy, do we know if Gord has joined?
Not seeing him just yet. I'm wondering if perhaps Carolyn, if you might be able to just check in with Gord and see if he's able to join a few minutes early. I know the live stream that he's watching is probably a couple of minutes behind. So we might just need to get him up to speed.
Sure.
Unfortunately, the next few sections need Gord, so we can't just skip ahead.
Yeah.
We've got Gord until break, so where we should have the nice background music easily queued up.
Jeopardy.
That's right. Do we want to maybe give a 2-minute kind of bio while we wait for Gord? Bio break, or if folks need to get a coffee refill?
That sounds good. Yeah.
For a minute or two, and we'll hope that he's back for a round 2.
Good enough.
Steve?
Yes.
If you're okay with it, do you mind if I maybe push an agenda item up while we're waiting for Gord?
Sure, by all means.
So do you mind if we push agenda 10.1 up right now, and I can give you the financial condition policy monitoring report?
Excellent. Yep.
Okay, so we'll just
Perfect.
wait till a few more cameras come back, because we can just plug away at these monitoring reports.
Just got a couple of folks to turn their cameras back on. Have a quick stretch.
So as far as screen share for the rest of our team, we're going to pull up 10.1. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so Fazal, we'll let you take it away from there then.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I was
go
going
ahead.
to say, just before we do, I just wanted to reiterate for folks the purpose of the monitoring reports, which is really to have a system in place that periodically checks in on each one of the board's governance policies to make sure that they're achieving the desired results. So when the registrar brings forward a monitoring report on operational boundaries policy, the board will be asked two questions. The first one is going to be, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And then the second one will be, did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? And then just a reminder that the feedback that the board provides will inform the evaluation of the registrar's performance and by consequence, the organization. So just a bit of context before we start. So with that, Fazal, I will pass to you.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks for setting the stage. That's perfect. So you'll see in front of you 10.1 is the report, and then attached to it is the actual policy to refer back to. So down the left-hand side is the policy requirements, and then down the right-hand side is how we at the admin team and myself have interpreted it and given evidence to support it. So as far as our financial position goes, it's quite strong. 2021, as you saw earlier with the auditors, ended up with a surplus of over revenue in the amount of about 124,000, leaving net assets at the end of the year at about 4.5 million. Including any restricted assets, particularly the funding for sexual abuse therapy. Expenditure-wise, we ended 2021, I would say, more than sufficiently liquid to operate in 2022. We've had no major material unbudgeted spending items. And if in fact, we've been pretty much under budget by about 15% as a result of the board meetings being held virtually. As well, another big spend item was our external events that we usually have about twice a year. None of these have happened and were deferred to 2022 because the pandemic was ongoing. As far as debt, we haven't borrowed any funds or taken any loans. As far as our reserve funds go, general reserve funds were not accessed in 2021, despite the fact that we thought we were with the reduction in registrant dues. The board had initially approved 443,000 to be used from the general reserve to offset the impacts of the revenue reduction, but we haven't had to access that. Payments and receivables, all vendor payments, payroll, board expenses, source deductions, HST payments have been remitted in accordance with the 30-day payment schedule. And I'm happy to report that the college has successfully migrated 89% of its vendors and all of our staff and board members to EFT forms of payment. So thank you, FISA, for that and for everyone cooperating.
I think we'll do a show of hand, a fist for consensus on moving forward with a motion on these items. Okay. So we have most folks. And so we will move forward then. I will pass to Stephen for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the first motion that we're calling for a motion is that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Can I ask for a mover of that?
Kevin.
Kevin, seconder.
Mike.
Mike, thank you.
Sorry,
All
Elsa.
all in favor? And I believe there's no dissenters. Carried. And the second motion that we're seeking is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Looking for a mover of that.
Omar.
Omar, seconder.
Elsa.
Elsa.
Elsa, thank you. All in favor? Carried. There's no dissent. The matter is carried.
Okay, super. So Fazal, maybe I'll turn to you. Do you want to keep going through the monitoring reports?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Of
please,
course.
the board, we'll go on to 10.2. Mr. Chair, is that okay with you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great.
Okay, super. So we'll go on to 10.2. So we're looking at the investment policy monitoring report this time. Again, same context as last time, that this really is around that periodic check-in, and that once we see the report, we'll again be asking the question, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? And again, that the feedback that the board does offer on these reports, it does inform the evaluation of the registrar as well as the organization more broadly. So Fazal, I will let you take it from there.
Great, thank you. So again, same type of format. Left side, we have sort of the policy requirements on the chart, and the right side is sort of the interpretation and the evidence to support that interpretation. So first of all, investment funds management, how we're taking care of that is we are having the team work with an investment specialist at BMO Nesbitt Burns, who's got specific expertise in investments. So we're working with an advisor. As far as the investment parameters goes, liquidity and preservation of capital are the two major factors. So to that end, we've got about a 2-to-1 ratio of access to cash at any point during the year. And we have ensured capital preservations using basically a low risk strategy of GICs. In September 2021, the impact of the pandemic had definitely taken a hard hit on GICs at that moment in time. So we were down to 0.46% return on GICs at that moment in time. Typically, other years we were enjoying at least 1.75%. However, good news story, as of May 2022, when we went to reinvest about $1 million, splitting it up over 11 secure GICs, we were getting rates of 3.1 to 3.27 based on the current rates. So things have definitely gotten better for our GIC strategy. As far as evaluation of results, with the assistance of the deputy registrar and the accounting specialist, we all together monitor the investments to make sure they're in compliance with the investment policy, as well as making sure that we have adequate cash flow for the expenditures that are, some are coming metered evenly throughout the year and some are expected at different points in the year. So we take a look at what's on the horizon and make sure that we have enough funds available to us. As far as reporting goes, audited financial statements have been made available to the board in May of 2021. And once again, just now from the external auditor. So these figures are regularly being brought to you. So that is this policy. And Sarah, I'll turn it back to you for questions.
Great, thank you. So questions, comments, or feedback with respect to the registrar's interpretation of this policy? Any feedback? Might have to start picking on people. Peggy's doing a thumbs up. Okay, good.
It was clearly articulated.
Okay, thank you, Omar. Okay, were there any steps taken that people weren't comfortable with in that report or in the interpretation of the policy? Okay, I'm not seeing anything that folks were uncomfortable with. So given that, maybe a show of hands in terms of comfort moving forward with a motion on this interpretation. Okay, I've seen most folks. Okay, super. So Stephen, I will turn to you to read the motions.
Thank you. And the motion that we're looking for, the first one, is that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Do I have a mover?
Netta?
Netta, thank you, Netta. Seconder?
Samir?
Elsa?
Else? Okay. Thank you. And all in favor? Any dissidents? None against? Carried. And the second policy we're looking for is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Do I have a mover?
We got Derek.
Derek, thank
Yep,
you, Derek.
Derek. Sorry, I
Seconder?
had to unmute.
I'll move.
I see Paul.
Paul, thank you. All in favor? See no one voting against, so carried. Thank you.
Okay, so Fazal, I'll maybe pause there to just determine our next agenda item, whether you wanted to keep going or if you wanted to go back up on the agenda items.
So we were having a little conferring back and forth. Amy has graciously stepped up to assist with the agenda items on behalf of Gord. So if Mr. Chair, we can return back to our regular schedule programming and get back to those agenda items for governance.
Certainly, let's do that.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Sure thing.
Thank you, Amy. So we'll go back to 8.0 where we left off, where we will be looking through some of the governance policy review and updates, starting with the board and staff relationship policy and pre-election. So Amy, I will pass to you then to give that overview.
Thanks, Sarah. So hopefully the board is familiar now with this part of your agenda at every meeting where we get to the regularly scheduled content review for a number of governance policies. So these are this is the process that you use to make sure that these policies, once they're passed, are not just hanging in abeyance. They're being regularly looked at by the governance committee, who then determines to bring forward any recommendations for changes or updates to make sure that the policies are current and that they're continuing to serve the board's needs. So I believe there are 4 policies up for review this quarter. And the first 2 in this agenda item are policies that the governance committee has not recommended any changes to. They are the board staff relationship policy and the pre-election training module policy. And the committee was of the view that these policies continue to adequately serve the board's needs and that no amendments were necessary. And of course, as always, the committee looked at the public interest considerations and they offered some general considerations that apply to all of the policy review items that are in front of you today, which is that by regularly reviewing the content of these policies, the board will ensure that the policies are consistent and effective and that the college is up to date with regulations, technology, and regulatory best practices. So in the case of these first 2 policies, the committee was of the view that they continue to be relevant and serve the function that they were implemented for. So I'll turn it back over to Sarah to see if there are any questions.
Good. Are there any questions related to this policy or any feedback at all? Okay, not seeing any questions. Okay. Now, within this section, we usually take the time to sort of discuss and talk about the public interest considerations related to each of these pieces. Within this report, some of the ones highlighted were ensuring that policies are consistent and effective and up to date with regulations, technology, and best practice. Does the board agree with the public interest consideration identified?
Yep.
Seeing some nods. Is there anyone who'd like to offer up anything in addition from a public interest consideration? Is there anything else that this adds? Okay, it's already articulated. So with that, maybe I will test for agreement from high five to go for a motion. Is there consensus to move forward with a motion on this one? Seeing most people's hands. Okay, perfect. Okay, so with that, Stephen, I will move to you for a motion.
The motion that we're seeking is to approve the board staff relationship policy 3-04 and the pre-election training module policy 4-18 with no amendments as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
I'll move.
Paul?
Thanks, Paul. Seconder?
Kevin. Derek? Oh, Kevin?
Okay. All in favor? Anyone against? I don't see anyone against. Carried.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, and so I see we have Gord with us here. Welcome, Gord.
Thank you.
Perfect, we've got you with sound. So Gord, just as a bit of background, we're just finishing up. We just did 8.0 and we're moving on to 8.2, Director and Committee Member Responsibilities Policy. So if you are set on that one, we'll go ahead and pass to you.
So it's 8.2?
8.2, yes.
Okay, thank you. So the next policy on today's agenda for content review is the Director and Committee Member Responsibilities Policy. The proposed revisions reflect the board's recent decision to introduce a mandatory requirement for all directors and committee members to undergo annual training and/or complete a module on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The public interest considerations are the same as identified in previous two policies. The committee further believes that this policy will further the college's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion by making sure its decision makers are properly supported and trained. Sarah.
Super. Thank you, Gord. Any comments or questions for Gord? With respect to this proposed amendment? Okay, not seeing any from the group. So again, the public interest consideration was related to ensuring that policies are consistent and effective, and that the college is up to date with regulations, technologies, and best practice. Are there other public interest considerations that the board would like to note related to this policy or to the amendment? With respect to how this is, serving the public interest standpoint? Are we in agreement with the ones identified by the committee? Seeing nods and thumbs up and high fives. Okay, good. Okay, perfect. So with that, we will do a test for a show of high five to move to a motion on the proposed amendments. Seeing most folks, Dorina. Perfect. Okay, super. So I will pass to you, Stephen, then for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion we're looking for is to approve the proposed amendments to the Director and Committee Member Responsibilities Policy 4-27 as recommended by the Governance Committee. Do I have a mover?
Mike, I'll move that.
Thanks, Mike. Second.
I'll second it, Derek.
Second it, Derek. Okay, all in favor? Anyone against? Don't see any. Carried.
Okay, perfect. So with that, we are moving on to the next section, 8.3. Gord?
Thank you. On today's agenda for content review is the intellectual property policy. The committee is recommending that minor amendments be made to this policy for clarification purposes. The committee also recommends moving the policy from the organizational boundaries section of the governance manual to the governance process section. As set out in the briefing note, the reason for the change is because the policy is not actually setting out any operational boundaries that the registrar CEO is being expected to adhere to and report on. Rather, it's codifying the board's own policy, considering work products produced by the board and committee members to belong to the college, stressing that point. Therefore, the committee was of the view that it'd be more appropriate to keep the policy in this section of the manual. So, and the public interest considerations are the same as identified in previous policies.
Perfect. Thank you, Gord. So with that, we will open the floor to questions on this piece. Are there any questions, points of clarity? Yeah, Peggy. Oh, and you're just muted, Peggy.
Sorry, when I'm looking at that, there's some reference to appointed committee members. And I think maybe in there, is that supposed to include the public government appointees as well?
I can jump in on that one, Peggy, if you like.
Go ahead, Amy.
Go ahead, Amy.
So they're included as directors. Directors includes both the elected opticians and the government appointees.
So it actually says here it's professional directors.
Okay.
So am I misinterpreting that then? Because I read that as being the optician directors.
No, you're correct. I think the word professional was meant to be deleted, Peggy. That's just a typo.
Okay.
Yeah, it was what was missing from the policy, I believe, in its previous form was including appointed committee members in the people that it was covered. So that was the intention. So thank you, Peggy, for that.
That's good. Thanks.
Good. Any other questions, comments, or feedback? Okay. Not seeing any. As Gord mentioned in his overview, the public interest considerations were the same. Is the board in agreement with those public interest considerations? Seeing some thumbs up. Are there other public interest considerations that you'd like to highlight for this policy? No. Okay, so with that, I would like to do a show of high five to see comfort moving forward with a motion on this policy. Okay, I think I saw everyone there. So Stephen, that's off to you.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion we're looking for approval is to approve the updates to the intellectual property policy 2-13 as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Kevin.
Kevin, thanks, Kevin.
Kevin.
Seconder.
I see Diana's hand.
Diana, thank you. All in favor? Anyone in dissent? Don't see any. Carried.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll be passing back to Gord rather, for the board terms of reference policy 4.03, the monitoring report template.
Thanks, Sarah. So on October 5th, 2020, the board approved the board policy development policy 4-24. The board requested that the board monitoring achievement reports templates be created for each of the 8 policies to be under review over the next 2 years. Here's for your review is the 7th template in this series, and it's the board terms of reference policy 4-03. The template has been broken down into sections, making it easy to fill out the information. With respect to the last 2 columns, the board will be able to review and discuss any deficiencies and recommendations to determine how to achieve compliance with this policy. Once approved, the chair will be seeking a director or a volunteer to complete the template and present it to the board at the next meeting in October. Sarah.
Okay. Questions, comment, or feedback on on this piece? Okay, yes, Diana, go ahead.
I think one of the comments or discussions that we had in our group, Gord, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that it would be nice to know to sort of set out the year in advance as opposed to at the last minute picking someone for each item, as sort of plan out who's going to take on each role. And
That's true.
How we do that, you know, do we put names in a bowl and just pick them out and you're the one who's assigned to that next thing, or do we ask for volunteers, or how does that go? And to make sure that, you know, one person isn't doing everything or several.
Thanks, Diana. So that was related to the volunteering for the role, that second piece that Gord had mentioned.
That's right.
And was that posed as a question or comment? I'm not sure if Amy, I see your hand up. Did you want to comment further?
I was just going to note, I think the committee was also taking into account that there's still one more. The templates are just in sort of initial development right now. And that once the final template is created and you have the whole set of 8, it will be easier to start planning this into the normal rotation of scheduling, so that this is something the committee has put on its radar for the 2023 calendar year and beyond. So that's certainly something that is in the works.
Thank you, Amy. Diana, does that address your question? Okay. Mike, you had your hand up. Did you have a question, or?
I was just going to say, back to Diana's point, as long as the people that have done it, names aren't back in the bowl.
Okay.
It can only be picked once.
That's right.
Okay.
Except after you've done it once, you're trained. It'll be more efficient. Having done one recently, I have to say that.
I will say, Mike, there's when the cycle renews, there are 8 of these over a 2-year cycle, and there are 14 board members. So there may be toward that end of the cycle the need to have some people participate again in back-to-back cycles. But of course, that will be taken into account.
Like, you just don't want to take from the people that haven't done it. They're going to be excited to do it. So I'm just saying, don't put that person back in because you're taking from somebody else if he gets drawn, or he or she gets drawn again.
If they're waiting.
Thanks for speaking for me, Mike, as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And when it comes time to choose, you can just slide down in your chair and we won't see your face in the frame. It's another strategy. With respect to, if we go back to the public interest consideration for this policy, some of the public interest consideration listed in the report was around the board giving due diligence to planning and oversight and being able to identify any potential negative risks. Does the board generally agree with those public interest considerations as highlighted? Seeing some nods. Are there other public interest considerations that you would like to raise? Okay, I'm not seeing any. With that, I'll look for a show of consensus to move forward with a motion on this piece. See a fist of 5. Okay. I think I see everyone. Netta, was that, did I miss yours? Okay, I couldn't tell if that was a 1 or a 5. Okay, perfect. So Stephen, I will turn to you for a motion, and then following the motion, choosing the volunteer to move forward.
Thank you. And the motion that we're looking for to approve is to approve the proposed board terms of reference policy 4-03 monitoring report template as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
I see Diana.
Diana, seconder.
I see Kevin.
All in favor? Anyone voting against? I don't see any. Carried. So at this point, we would like someone to volunteer to complete this monitoring report, presented at the next board meeting. And of course, staff will be there to assist and support anyone that volunteers this. And so would anyone like to come forward and say yay or nay that he or she would like to do this?
Yay.
Wow.
Is that Kevin?
Hey.
Kevin.
Mike, you sold it well.
Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome, Mike.
You did a great job, Kev.
Perfect.
Excellent job, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you, Gord, for presenting that material for us.
Sorry, I was a little
ahead,
bit
Gord.
late. I know it looks like I'm living in my backyard. My house is under renovation and it's a complete mess.
It does look like a lovely backdrop, Gord.
Yeah, it's a little fuzzy.
Well, good luck living through the renovation, and thank you for your presentations.
Thanks so much.
Perfect. So with that, folks, we're going to do a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and move through the rest of the agenda items. So just a reminder, as always, turn your video cameras off, put yourself on mute, and we'll put up a timer for 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a restful break. Got a chance for a stretch, rehydrate. Just wait for a few more folks to jump online and turn their videos on. Paul had noted earlier before break that he had to hop off, so it looks like he may still have just stepped away. So we'll just note that. And then we're just getting Netta and Peggy returned.
Sarah, I think Netta made a note in the chat that she had to pick her daughter up. It might be a bit longer than 15 minutes. So I think we can go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Super. Okay, so with that, we are moving on to the next piece of the agenda, and that moves us into 11.0. So we'll be moving on to the updated COVID-19 guidelines. And I will be turning it over to Dorina Riaz, the chair of the Clinical Practice Committee, to present those guidelines. So Dorina, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Yes, sure. Yes, thank you so much. So for the past 2 years, the Clinical Practice Committee was tasked with mandates to inform the members of the profession on something called Return to Practice Guidelines. And for your information, members or non-members, the college got to the point where there is now 48 versions of this guideline. It stood as a skeleton for orientation for practice for opticians. They actually knew to reach out to read what is right and wrong to do during pandemic for the purpose of public safety. So in the slide, the college developed this unit, this guideline that was called Return to Practice. And it provided information on how opticians should interpret the standards of practice, particularly to Standard 4, which pertains to safety and infection control. So in March 2022, the government required that the bans of wearing masks, in fact, the masking requirements were lifted. And in addition, it was suggested that most practitioners return to practice as of April 27, but then it was extended as prescribed until June 11. So the college identified a need to ensure an updated guidance, and particularly because the wording became redundant, the clinical practice looked at the verbiage in terms of requirements and recommendations this time, not mandatory practices to as they were in return to practice due to COVID. So in the material provided to you, committee was of the view that the guidelines will serve the public interest by providing guidance to opticians on how to keep themselves and their patients safe with common sense practices. And once masks and screening requirements will be lifted by the government. All these decisions were made based on references from the materials provided by the government. And the committee did not identify any concerns from a diversity or equity inclusion perspective. So as it is, it's it is presented to you and invited all the board members to comment and maybe deliberate in a motion to approve this briefing note. So Sarah, if you wish.
Perfect. Thank you, Jorina. Are there questions, comments, feedback on this piece related to the COVID guidelines? Seeing some shaking heads. Stephen, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Dorina, did your committee look at, in particular, where you have an optician working for a large company X, and company X says, no, it's free, everybody doesn't have to wear a mask anymore, but then employee has a personal view and say, you know what, for my own protection, I want to still continue to wear a mask at work. And obviously that's going to draw into controversy at work. And that's the last thing we want to have between the employer and employee. But on the other hand, the employer has a right to have a safe workplace for that employee. Any ideas as to how that controversy might unfold in the future?
So like I said, we came up with a series of recommendations and fewer requirements. And due to the nature of our practice, I think it is very easy for members of the profession to use common sense, particularly when there is a strong need. So I refer to the practice of contact lenses. When an optician practitioner would come in a closer proximity than the one prescribed as 2 meters away from the other person. So then it should be just common sense to use mask and cleaning precautions because we do have them specified in the standard of practice, and then except for the mask. Mask is never part of the standards of practice. It's just due to force majeure circumstances created by the COVID. So we did discuss this at length, and we did impose the possibility of environments like you described before. But yet the recommendations and the requirements leave enough room for everybody to integrate their practice in common sense, even after restrictions will be lifted.
Thank you.
Okay, Samir?
No, I actually lowered my hand. But anyway, I'll take this opportunity and just ask a question, Dorina. Dorina, what has actually changed from what's the new proposed that you're proposing here? What's new thing that we are asking board to do it here?
So the new proposed document before you, it is now called no longer called a return to practice, as it was called because of the force majeure in the past 2 years. It was a situation that was one-off. It was the pandemic. So we had language that denoted restrictions for the situation to pertaining the safety of the public, whether they were members or members of the public. And now we are lifting restrictions, such as we no longer ask of the members to mandatory wear a mask from a certain date onwards. We're no longer asking, we're now giving them strict guidelines, but we give them recommendations, and we give them, we emphasize responsibilities due to the standards of practice. Okay, so we could no longer use the same language because it's redundant, but we still stand for safety, whether they're members of the public or members of the profession. I hope that answers your question. Samir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Indeed. Thank you.
Great. Fazal, did you want to comment?
You know what, I think I think Doreena's hit all the salient points. The big thing is that this speaks to the masking requirements. That was one of the last remaining musts up till now. It currently is. Screening has changed, things like that, but the masking requirement's still in place. So this document that Doreena mentioned, it'll come into force probably, I shouldn't say if and when the government relaxes the last mandates. So this speaks to moving more things out of must-dos into guidelines. So the guideline section is a bit more fortified with more direction. Steve, to your point, if somebody wants to wear a mask, it's an enabling document. It's not prohibiting anybody from wearing extra PPE if they want to. But it just sets out the minimums and sort of the nice to have. So the minimums have shrunk down, but this document will probably go live in June if the government's on schedule with the relaxing the last of the mandates.
Perfect. Thank you, Fazal. I see Peggy and then Derek.
Is there room in there for a client, a patient to request that the optician put a mask on when they're going to be in close proximity to their face?
Like I said, may I answer
without it being
this,
contentious that the person has asked for that?
Go ahead,
Well,
Dorina. Did you want to comment?
I think it's safe to answer Peggy, that common sense should work here, because as the government restrictions will be lifted, I think it's a mutual respect that has to be followed, and it's both ways. Sometimes an optician wears a mask and the patient doesn't. So it is at the liberty of the situation to be dealt with, particularly when it's super close proximity, when there is a contact lens practice, right? So that's where I expect the dentist to wear a mask, and so patients should expect an optician to wear a mask. I think it's just the right thing to do. So there's no clear-cut answer other than this, Peggy.
Thank you, Dorina. Amy, did you have a quick note before we get to Derek?
Sure. I was just going to add to Doreena's point there, which is that the way that the committee determined to structure this document is it's much more broad. And I think this speaks to Steve's point as well, where if you're inquiring about a workplace where a certain policy is set in place, the recommendation section is really meant to be empowering for opticians to say there's the responsibility here is about keeping that safe workplace and working within your particular practice environment and figuring out which components and which guidelines and which suggestions might work best in your practice environment. The goal at the end of the day is to provide that safe practice environment. The document does not go so far as to say that a patient would, for example, have a right to demand that the optician wear a mask if they have determined in their professional judgment that it wasn't necessary in the circumstance. That being said, it is really about making sure that the optician understands that responsibility that they need to provide that safe practice environment to their patient. So you would expect that an optician in that circumstance would say, why don't we do this instead? And not just say a flat out no. So that's how the document was envisaged.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, Derek.
So respectfully, I have a little bit of a problem with where this document is going. I have no problem with the fact that patients are not required to wear masks when they come in and see me, but I feel that as an optician, as a healthcare professional, if I'm going to be within a foot of a patient, and that's pretty much anytime I'm taking a PD or a seg height, that my duty for patient care and protecting the public is for me to have a mask on, and it should be something that's being top-down led from this college. I don't like the idea of it being left to me in my clinic going, I'm fine, I'll be okay. I have a bit of an issue with this. I mean, to use the example that Doreen, you just used about a dentist, when he comes up to me is required to wear that mask. I don't believe it's his choice. I believe that's actually mandated by his college. I think from a protecting public point of view, the document may not go where we need it to go.
Okay, thank you, Derek. So, Dorina, did you want to comment on, whether it's far enough?
I think most most points you raised, Derek, are already answered through all three of us. But I'll give it back to Fazal maybe to add more information regarding maybe the scanning that was environmental scan that was done to find out from the membership what is their opinion. So I think I'm going to give the floor to Fazal for another few information.
Yeah, so the environmental scan was mostly focused on other regulators. And at the end of the day, once the mask mandates, the provincial mask mandates are lifted, you would have to have a very good argument based on supporting documents to show why you're going over and above the government's minimum requirement. Right now, we've been following the government requirement, and then the rest is in guidelines, giving additional help. So when we get to that crossroads where the government's no longer mandating it, we would have to justify why our college is going beyond government standards or government requirements.
Thank you, Fazal. Yeah. Peggy, did you have another question or comment?
First, I'd like to thank Derek for articulating so well what my concerns are. And the government, it's minimum. Is there a way we can build into it that the patient can request the mask for their own comfort, even if it's just emotional comfort and it isn't even based in good science? If it makes that patient more comfortable, isn't that what this is all about in terms of protecting the public? We talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, people feeling comfortable in a place. It is more than just what's on the surface when you look at somebody. It is also their whole background and their fears and their concerns that may not be obvious just by looking at somebody's face. So, paranoid Peg.
Thank you, Peggy. I'm seeing Dorina, you put your hand up. Did you want to respond? Yeah.
I think I'm really on board with everybody's comments because they really make sense, and this is a newer situation, and I think it would make a very strong point for future transaction of this committee and to standards of practice, really. As it is, and thinking of the life before 2020, March 2020, we didn't have a mask to proceed transacting with patients in any manner. And based on this, the membership may have resistance to any recommendations or imposure to them. But it is because they're viewing this and this is quite transparent. We can definitely suggest that we will review this and come up with more elaborated form of introducing a new way of behaving in front of a patient from the perspective of safety. But the document before you is to show that we're relaxing the actual practice guidelines from the form of return to practice into recommendations and requirements. So we are doing a little bit of a contingency from things we have asked of the membership to reducing that. So I see Fazal's hand up, wanting to add more.
Yeah, just, as far as Peggy, as far as a patient wanting to be served by somebody, I think that exists even now with certain healthcare settings, that if a place doesn't meet a patient's safety sort of comfort zone, they'll have to make a choice to deal with a different practitioner. Because at this point, like I said, if you're going to go over and above, for instance, other healthcare practices, you've got to have quite a bit to back that up. It is going to put us out of alignment with optometry because we did speak to them and they're doing the same approach that's being proposed here on the table, which is to follow government mandates and then to do anything over and above as a voluntary or proactive step. But to have a patient say, "I want you to deal with me, and you have to wear a mask," that's going to be a tough sell. That patient could very well face an optician that says, "Well, I'm not mandated to. Like the college is mandating me, but they may just drop out and just refer the patient on to somebody else and discontinue care." So we've got to think hard about going over and above government requirements. We put everything in guidelines so far, but we are probably going to be out of step with other healthcare practitioners.
Thank you, Fazal. I see Amy's hand and then Derek, and then I'm wondering if it's a good point to do a bit of a consensus check, just to sort of get a pulse check of the table. Go ahead, Amy.
There's not much that I have to add to Fazal's points, but just from a sort of process standpoint, I think it would be prudent for the board to ask the committee to look at the evidence in support of a mandatory requirement further, if that's the direction that the board wishes to go. Because when the committee did look at this, the reason why they brought the document to you in this form was because having regard to the environmental scan and having regard to the information that they were looking at, they didn't feel that there was that justification that Fazal identified to go forward with going above and beyond the government requirements at this stage in time. And they were of the view that that consistency with optometry, especially in shared practice environments, was going to be really important for transparency, for making sure that there was consistency and that patients would know what to expect in various practice environments. So that's just from a process perspective. I know that it will not necessarily address all the concerns here, but there's certainly an opportunity to look at that further if that's requested.
Okay, thank you for that, Amy. Derek, did you still have a comment or question?
I did. So, Fazal, I'd be curious to hear about what the standards of practice are for those who are in face-to-face contact, dentists, whatever, of their patients. And as you know, I've been working on my refracting, and as a refractionist, I'm sitting off to the side. I'm not directly in there. I'm not a foot away from them. This like I am as an optician. I'm sitting over here. Now, maybe that's a moot point. Maybe I'm being.
Well, Derek, not everything. Like if you look at not just refraction, but an eye exam with
the rest of the eye examination, yes,
and they've got the retinoscope. They're like this is
they're right in there.
Close.
Yeah, fair enough.
Very intimate.
As I said, I mean, I was trying to think of the practice for myself, and I'm kind of going when I'm taking a PD, ruler or pupillometer, I'm as you know, we're within that 1 foot range. It's like it's close. So okay, I was just
What about being a leader in this regard?
One thing I'll put out to you, Peggy, it's going to be a huge blowback from industry. We've already had a lot of pushback from a large organization. And the only thing that we had holding the gates back was the backup of public health, that they would take action alongside the college. So it's got to be a pretty tall order to exceed government minimums. Pre-COVID, we didn't have it. Post-relaxing, we've got to have a case for why our profession is going for masks and a lot of the others aren't.
Guess the whole thing that makes me angry, this profession, other professions, I don't want somebody breathing in my face, COVID or not.
And that's would be your choice. And as a patient, if they're not willing to mask up and you need somebody to wear a mask, you'd have to pick another practitioner.
So that becomes the go-to question when you go to make an appointment now.
Some people are asking if they're vaccinated. That was that was a question that was being asked a few months ago. So I think it's an evolving situation with patients being informed and asking their questions.
I see, Jarina, I'll give you maybe a last comment, and then we'll check for some consensus on this.
Great, thank you. I just want to add to Peggy's comment. The fact that situation is where it is right now is because we're dealing with the face and appearance, and major players in the industry want to reenact the fashion element of our profession, but definitely there is room to have the strength of this mission into the other side of the profession when we deal with contact lenses, refraction, and other little the other aspects of coming in close proximity with the patient. So I think it's food for the next transactions. But for now, Fazal rounded up the details quite in depth. And thank you. It's good for the next step.
Part of the issue is because of the fashion, the patient, when they're trying on glasses to see what they look like, need to be unmasked. So I can protect myself by putting on an N95, but if I need to take that off so I can see what the glasses look like, I can't anymore, and then I become dependent on the other person. And so from that regard, it's a little different. It'd be like trying to go to the dentist and be masked. You can't do it, right?
Right.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. And what I'm hearing from Dorina as well is that it sounds like from the committee's perspective, it's an evolving issue that may continue to be looked at. So let's take a pulse check on the policy as it is being presented, as it was presented by Dorina. Can I see a show of consensus for folks to move forward for a motion around these proposed guidelines, that you would feel comfortable moving forward to a motion with the guidelines? And remember, it's a 4 is like it, 5 is love it, and 1, 2, or 3 might be that there's some issues with it. So I'd like to see everyone's hands, no abstaining, because that helps me know, do we need to work through? So I see some mostly 4s and 5s, a 3.
What the motion will eventually read, if I ask?
What will the motion eventually read? So it will eventually be approving the guidelines that would come in effect once public health measures are lifted.
And that will be in compliance with the government position, I suppose?
That's right.
Okay.
Fazal,
Yes.
just before we do that, did I read somewhere, or was it your last presentation, that your letter to the opticians, did it not say, or I read somewhere either that June 11th is the day it's being lifted?
That's the
expected. It's already decided.
Well, that's what they announced. They've already sort of changed their position once a few weeks back, or about a month back, when we were in that 6th wave. But projected as June 11th, and that's what we're trying to line ourselves up with this document, that if June 11th comes, we're ready.
Okay. So just so everybody knows, they've already made a decision. June the 11th was the day, and they could go back on it, I guess, but I don't think they will.
As it is, but it could be changed.
I doubt it, but okay, that's.
And so I saw a 3 from Peggy. Derek, did you were the only one I think I didn't see.
True.
And Omar. Okay, thank you, Omar. Derek, so for the show of consensus, were you a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
If you're asking whether or not I think this should go to a motion, I'm fine with it going to a motion. If you're asking whether or not I support the document, I do not support the document.
Okay, so yeah, when we do the show of consensus, we're looking for anything a 4 and above sort of means we can move forward to the motion. And anything less than a 4 might mean that there's some things we need to continue to unpack.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that, because previously you said I love it, I like it. I don't love it or like it, but I will move forward with the motion.
You can, yeah, okay. that's fair enough. You're willing to reach consensus. Peggy, is there something that would move you to a 4 or above?
With that clarification, I'm with Derek on it.
Okay. Thank you. Now, before we move to a motion, I do want to highlight that the committee did not identify any concerns from a DEI perspective. Is there anything that this group wants to raise from a DEI perspective or a public interest perspective? that these guidelines serve. And none to raise?
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead,
know
please,
if
Mike.
this is what I don't know if this is what you're after, Sarah, but I'm neither for it, against it, or whatever. I was a long time ago definitely against it or for it. But what we've done is at our store, we've got a sign coming that says, need a mask, want a mask, you know, it's just ask. In other words, if you want us to wear a mask, just ask. You want a mask? And that's what we're getting ready for June 11th. So
Thanks, Mike. So maybe a demonstration of sort of an inclusive, safe, open space. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anything else that people want to add from a public interest perspective or a DEI perspective? And then we'll move on to a motion. Okay. So with that, I will pass to Stephen to call for a motion.
Thank you, Sarah. And the motion.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Go
Stephen.
ahead,
Before
Diana.
you do, Diana
Yep.
has her hand up, so I want to make sure we catch it. Go ahead, Diana.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what the motion is, so I'll wait for Stephen to read it, and Derek and Peggy, if there's anything you think that could be done to make you more in favor of it.
Okay, so Stephen, it sounds like Diana is okay to go ahead with the motion.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the COVID-19 practice guidelines to come into effect when current public health restrictions are lifted in healthcare settings. Do I have a mover?
Yeah, Omar.
Omar, a seconder?
See
Mike?
Kevin? Oh, there you go, Mike.
Okay, all in favor? Anyone in dissent?
So we have Derek and Peggy dissenting.
Okay, thank you. So it's carried.
Just for, yeah, I'm fine being voted on it. I just wanted the dissent being lodged. That's all.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you, folks. So we're going to move on now to the registrar's report. So we'll get Fazal Khan, the registrar and CEO, to present the registrar's report.
Okay.
Go ahead, Fazal.
Thank you. I'll just kind of high level skim it. Administration team is looking at the beginning of June to start coming back into the office. So we've been prepping the office for a return. So some of the teams have been in getting things set up. We are using the space on a voluntary basis for now to do things like mailing and all of that great stuff. But June 1st onwards, you'll be starting to see teams coming in regularly. As far as registration exams go, we had a very large exam session, which I think was a bit of a bunch up from people who hadn't quite finished their schooling during the pandemic, because typically the spring session is a bit smaller, but we had a pretty big spring session, about 120 candidates. And again, we were graciously hosted by Seneca College between April 30th and May 4th. So big thanks to them for accommodating us. NACOR and the college and Seneca are going to be looking at hopefully increasing the size of the cohorts so that we're not having to stretch the exams out over so many days, because that is costing the college quite a bit of money, extending how long a typical exam session takes. So more to come as the summer progresses. As far as Ministry of Health, the admin team had submitted the 2021 CPMF document that was shown to the board on deadline at March 31st. The nice thing is the ministry had put out that they've started a working group committee to look at the results and look at next steps for that. I'm fortunate to have been included amongst some of the registrars that are included on that working group. Bill 106, I think we had sent out a bulletin to the board in between meetings that it's come into effect as of April 14th. It received royal assent. There's a couple of key points which are in those bullets there. It's aimed at reducing barriers to get more people into the profession. So Canadian experience as a condition for registration is being removed. Emphasis on timely registration decisions, streamlining language proficiency, and the creation of an emergency class of registration. That's going to be one that we're sort of grappling with, which is going to be a little bit of work. We're already creating sort of the inactive class, but this is separate and aside from that. Our profession wasn't impacted with any major shortage of opticians during the pandemic, but some professions were, and this is what's driving this. So for most part, these amendments will have very little impact on the college, but there are a few that may require regulation tweaks. External relations wise, the team continues to work with the teaching schools to give presentations on things like professional ethics, professional obligations, quality assurance program. So we have done quite a few sessions at Seneca. We've done it at Georgian and at La Cité. And we're looking at NACOR was also held remotely once again with the uncertainty with that sixth wave. But there is talk about the NACOR national meetings happening in the fall in person. And lastly, the staff have been busy for months working on the strategic plan preparation. So that's coming up next Monday and Tuesday. There's been a lot of research. There's been actually an intern that we brought on, a student to help assist Amy in compiling the environmental scan. And so a lot of work went into surveys and focus groups and interviews that have been conducted and compiled. So I believe you have all received a very thick copy of that environmental scan, which I'm hoping you're making your way through. We've got a number of speakers lined up for the first day. And I think it'll be a very engaging event. So that is my registrar's report, sorry. And if I've got any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Super. Any questions or comments or feedback for Fazal? Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Sarah, I just wanted the board and people on YouTube watching that I had occasion to partake in the NACOR hybrid meeting, of which Fazal was at. And I was amazed at the respect that our registrar has at the national level. It just was overwhelming to me how when he speaks, the registrars of each province that was at this meeting listened, and they listened intently. And the questions that were coming out across Canada, right from Vancouver right down to Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, asking for the advice and the leadership shown by our leader here of our organization. And I think that's it. You almost had to be there to witness it. It was just amazing to see just the amount of respect that he has right across Canada, and he should be commended for it. Thank you, Fazal.
Thank you, Steve. I've just got a lot of mileage. That's all. Been around almost a decade at that table. And I do think that Ontario carries a lot of weight. We have 60% of the opticians of all of Canada in our province, and our board has been a leader in a lot of things. Alberta and BC are no slouches either. And we all at that table collaborate and share our resources so no one has to recreate the wheel. So it's a great table to be sitting at and share what we've created, share resources. Some of us get funding grants, and those are shared amongst everybody. So I'm fortunate to have been at that part of that table for many, many years, and we are respected, and I think it's the good work that this province does and shares. So thank you, Steve, for those personal words.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Mike, and then yeah, would you have Mike?
Oh,
Mike's
sorry.
been sitting there with it for a while, and then we'll go to Derek.
That was a humble
ahead, Mike.
answer, Fazal. I think you are respected, as Steve said. So that was very nice of you to put everybody in the same, but I disagree. You are very well respected. Anyway, what I was going to say, I digress. I know there was a survey sent out about whether we're going to wear masks or not wear masks at our strategic planning. Is there consensus so that we make sure that we're bringing masks or we're not bringing masks?
I don't know if the survey's closed yet. I think Carolyn was running it. So
somebody will send out an email and say
100%.
Okay, thanks.
100%.
Derek, go ahead.
I was just going to say that respectfully, Fazal, that was a very, very well said statement, and full respect on you for saying it. But I do believe you are a little bit on the overly humble side, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Derek. Thank you, everybody.
Any other comments or feedback with respect to the reports for Fazal? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, I will pass back to Stephen Kinsella, the board chair, who will take us through the approval of the reports.
Okay, and I just wanted to point out that the reports in this package, that this is a consent agenda item and will be approved as an omnibus bill. Does anyone have any questions or concerns for the call for a motion?
Any questions or concerns? No, not seeing any.
Okay.
So you can go ahead,
So
Stephen.
the motion I'm asking for is someone to move to approve the committee reports and exams report as presented. Do I have a mover?
I'll make the motion.
Derek, seconder.
Okay, I see Mike.
Mike, all in favor? Anyone voting against? Don't see any, and carried.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Stephen. So that concludes the meeting for today. So we'll get Stephen Kinsella to call for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Looking for someone to move a motion to adjourn the meeting. Anyone?
See Dorina's hand.
Dorina, second.
I'll second Derek.
Derek, all in favor? Carried.
Okay. And so we'll go ahead and just end the live stream and the recording at this time. And